Hepler. Commissioner Mazer. You have 8 present.
Thank you. The next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is the time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak is finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Hello, how are you?
Greetings. My name is Elizabeth Kratz. I'm a resident of Kalamazoo. Thank you very much. I came today to speak to the proclamation to establish a sesquicentennial committee for the local level, which I had understood from Dina Sutton would be on the agenda today. I don't see that, however, but I do want to thank you for taking this proclamation under consideration. Governor Whitmer has appointed a state committee to assist in educating the public about the upcoming 250th anniversary of an independent United States. And they would like to establish local committees to serve as a conduit for communication and collaboration between individuals and groups in Kalamazoo County. And there's already been rumblings of movement and activity toward recognizing the semi-quincentennial. There was recently a planting of a Liberty tree in Bronson Park. In December, there will be a traveling exhibit on the American Revolutionary experience here. And many of you, I'm looking around, probably remember the bicentennial, 1976. What a big hoopla that was. And I think it would behoove us to get ahead of this, be one of the first local communities to establish a committee to work on collaborating and educating the public so that local stakeholders can be part of this effort. I think if we have many minds working together, we can be more synergistic. I don't know, I'm going to see if I can read the proclamation as quick as I can, because I don't know if everybody has had a chance to review it. This was the proclamation that the County Board of Commissioners were to be examining tonight. It was not our language. Whereas the year 2026 marks the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, a seminal event in the history of the United States, and whereas it is appropriate to celebrate this monumental occasion through appropriate public ceremonies and activities that honor the history and heritage of our nation, and whereas such celebration can provide an opportunity to enhance the understanding and appreciation of the liberty and democracy upon which the United States was founded, and whereas a dedicated committee can effectively organize, plan, and execute a series of commemorative events and educational programs throughout Kalamazoo County. Now therefore be it resolved that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners hereby establishes the Kalamazoo County Semi-Quincentennial Committee. Be it further resolved that the committee will be tasked with planning and coordinating county-wide activities and events to celebrate the 250th anniversary of the Declaration of Independence, including but not limited to parades, speeches, public readings of the Declaration, and educational seminars. Be it further resolved that the committee shall consist of an unspecified number of members who shall be appointed by the Board of Commissioners and shall include representatives from local historical societies, educational institutions, and other relevant stakeholders. Be it further resolved that the committee is charged with presenting a comprehensive plan. Anyway, this was the language that was forwarded to me from Ms. Sutton. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Elizabeth. Are there any others?
Hi there. My name is Tristan Jessup, resident of Kalamazoo County. I am an organizer with We the People Michigan Action Fund. I work with I don't know, a range of folks, some homeowners, a lot of renters, some folks who are houseless individuals as well in the Kalamazoo area. We've been working for the last year across the state trying to convince state legislators to pass House Bill 4947 to try to lift the state ban on rent control, which has been in state for the last 35 years. With the conversations that we've been having with state representatives in the last year, they are looking for more broad and enthusiastic support from local municipalities because the bill from 1988 impacts local municipal law. We have spent the last 8 months in meetings with the Kalamazoo City Commission, and on the 20th of last month, we're able to have them issue a proclamation in favor of House Bill 4947 and lifting the state ban. And we would very much like to start this process in meeting with some of our county commissioners as well to tell you a little bit about the history of renting in the state of Michigan, where this ban came from and how it's impacted our lives. I have some flyers I'm happy to share with you folks, and anyone in the audience who's interested as well, I'd be happy to share flyers with you as well. And I will be sending out emails to each of you in hopes that we'll be able to start forming some relationships with our county commissioners as well. So thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Tristan. If you want to leave some flyers with Lindy, she can make sure we get them. Thank you. Are there any others who'd like to make public comment?
Hello, I'm Joanne O'Rourke. I'm the president of the Colony Woods Neighborhood Association in Texas Township. Today marks 4 weeks since the tornadoes struck our community. And I'd like to just update you on the recovery in Colony Woods. Homeowners, charitable groups, and private contractors have cut down and cut up thousands of trees and either hauled wood out of the neighborhood or stacked it on front lawns. Pickup of the massive wood and brush piles on front lawns began yesterday. We are still waiting for the road commission to coordinate detouring traffic on 12th Street so that crews can remove wood there. This continues to be hazardous because this is a major north-south route. It includes bus stops, and there are large piles of wood along both sides of the road. There is substantial unevenness to the recovery in Colony Woods. Some homeowners had family members, friends, and/or the means to clean up their properties. However, most homeowners affected by the tornadoes continue to have a long way to go to remove all the downed trees, stumps, root balls, and remaining debris, and to rebuild from the damage caused to their homes and landscapes. And just to remind you, the tornadoes in Texas Township, about 95% of the damage is in Colony Woods. For example, one homeowner I know has 60 stumps to be removed, another 40. The lowest cost I've heard for grinding one stump is $150. A homeowner had a root ball removed and put on the side of the road. I had a tape measure with me, so I measured. It was 10 by 11 feet, to give you an idea of the level of effort required to remove one root ball. And there are hundreds or even a few thousand of those across the neighborhood. There are staging issues. For example, homeowners had no place to stack more wood until the wood pickup began this week. Now that wood is off front lawns, there's more to cut on side and backyards, and some debris could not be removed until these trees were cut. Also, some root balls are entangled with utility lines, so removal needs to be coordinated with Consumers Power. Homeowners have continued to have issues with insurance companies refusing to pay full restitution. For example, one homeowner had 3 roofing companies tell her she needed to have her entire roof replaced, and the insurance company was willing to pay to have it patched. In other cases, insurance companies are offering to pay for the removal of 6 feet of a 50-foot tree, which hit a structure, so they want to pay for 3 feet on either side of where the tree hit, but not the entire tree. These types of issues are significant and commonplace, and homeowners continue to be referred to the Attorney General's office. We have the constant sound of heavy machinery across the neighborhood, mostly from wood chippers and chainsaws. School is out this week, and parents are concerned about where kids will play this summer because they can't go into their backyards. It's not safe. And play equipment was lost in the storms. And the heaviness and length of the recovery period is sinking in. But there's also hope. With funding from our township and the county, we expect to fund 3 or 4 more rounds of wood pickup, removal of stumps and root balls, the leveling of the land, and reseeding of grass. While it's clear the recovery will take a long time, I'm hoping we can accomplish these things before winter to at least bring the neighborhood back to a sense of normalcy and safety. On behalf of my neighbors, thank you again for supporting us during this recovery process. We are grateful for your partnership.
Thank you. Are there any others who wish to make public comment at this time?
Sharon Carlson, 430 Elm Street. I come to you as a member of America 250 Michigan. I was appointed to the Michigan committee that is looking at the commemoration of our 250th anniversary. This is an effort that began in 2020, the nonpartisan U.S. Semi-Quincentennial Commission created by Congress and its supporting nonprofit America 250 are leading the efforts to catalyze a more perfect union by designing and leading the most comprehensive and inclusive celebration in the country's history. And I'm very excited about it. I was 13 years old the summer of the bicentennial, and it definitely shaped me. I became an archivist and historian. And so I want to thank you for taking the proclamation under consideration, because this is a wonderful recognition and an opportunity as we anticipate several years of special events and activities. After the proclamation, the next phase that we would anticipate would involve establishing a committee, and this committee would be comprised of broad representation from governmental, business, community advocates, stakeholders, historians. That's the next step. And for those localities that form an official local America 250 committee, the state committee, of which I'm a part of, will provide framework for commemorative events and make available programming and educational resources, as well as providing branding guidance. And there may be funding available. That's still being debated at the state level, but we're very excited about the possibility. For those of you who lived during the bicentennial, yes, there were lots of little Betsy Rosses parading in the many community parades, and we anticipate there will be a bit of that, but this is going to be a much more inclusive commemoration. And I use the word commemoration because we know that obviously, the American Revolution, it changed the course of history, but there were many, many people involved, many perspectives, many points of view. And so that's what we're hoping, that we'll be able to work with many organizations in the community and collaborate as this event starts to take shape. I will note that in 1974, the Kalamazoo County Commission did establish a bicentennial commission, and that commission comprised of many of the same, not the same people, but the same types of representation, but we would advocate for broadening that representation this time around. So we're very excited about the possibilities ahead. I want to thank you again for considering the proclamation, and also in time, I would hope that you would consider establishing a committee as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make public comment at this time? All right, Sienna and Chamber Dina, do we have anyone online? Thank you. Okay, so moving on, we have a presentation from the Animal Services and Enforcement Department, the 2023 Annual Report. It'll be given by Director Ensign.
Good afternoon, Board. Again, my name is Chad Ensign. I am the Animal Services and Enforcement Director, and I'm going to be presenting my annual report to you. Are we still having tech issues on that? We got it? Okay. A little of my intro, since this is my first report. I came on in February of 2023 after former Director Stephen Lawrence retired after 20 years of service, taking with him a wealth of institutional knowledge with him. I want to recognize my staff for bringing me up to speed very quickly, and it's been a fairly smooth transition. Our department organization has 18 total members. That includes 6 animal control officers and 5 shelter technicians. Our officers being on call 24/7 for emergency situations throughout the county. Our advisory board began meeting quarterly in 2023. The bylaws indicated that it's only meant to meet once a year, but to have meaningful discussions with that board. As a new director, I recommended a quarterly meeting, which they were happy to accommodate, and we've been doing that since that time. The topics within that board have been largely about volunteering and engagement within the community and providing free information sessions to the public. Some projects that we have conducted over the course of 2023 were ordering 3 new trucks for our fleet. We had a backlog of 3 trucks through CIP that they were not able to fulfill in prior years due to truck shortages. We were finally able to fulfill those with 3 new ones, bringing our fleet to 8 and then 1 livestock trailer. And as of this week, we've got new logos on those, so a little bit more identifiable for those for community members to see us out there. We also approved radios through CIP, which some of those supplies came in today, so we should be outfitting our officers with new radios in the next several weeks. We also were awarded a $5,000 grant through the Department of Agriculture Animal Welfare Grant, and we were able to purchase 8 microchip scanners that will be passed out to law enforcement agencies throughout the county so that their patrol officers can have those accessible. And then we are going to be purchasing 1,800 microchips that will be provided at no cost to the community at some point during this year. We also brought back our extended hours. So we are now open until 7 p.m. on Tuesdays, and then a full working day, 8 to 4:30 on Saturdays. This year, I've noticed a lot more adoptions during those late hours, which is really good to see. We also conducted a shelter bed drive in the fall of 2023, and we were able to outfit every adoption kennel with a bed. Some of our feel-good stories is what I like to call them, success stories. We had Bosley, which is on the screen right now. He came in with an injury. It was a shattered femur. It would have likely, in most cases, meant that he would have been euthanized due to his injuries. But thankfully, we were given large donations that covered the cost of his care. We ended up doing an amputation, and he was able to be adopted several days after that amputation and go to a new home. And we've done a few of those this year, and we are planning to continue those types of special projects. And then I myself had the ability to adopt 2 new animals through the shelter this year. Me coming from a home with young kids, finding animals that fit the needs of my household is sometimes challenging, but I want to remind the public that you can find just about any type of animal for your housing needs. 2 of these in the photo were ones that I've taken home just this past year. And then, as much as the country has seen, we had a significant rise in animal intakes, 28% rise since 2022. This is largely a residual from the COVID shutdowns. A lot of vet services were paused during that time, including spay neuters, which pushed those all a year to 2 back. And those are still trying to catch up with staff shortages, vet shortages, cost of care rise, all the same things that we hear about most of these types of services. Paired with housing costs and pet restrictions, we're seeing a lot more of adoptions as well. And then one service that we are seeing a very high rise in usage is the low-cost euthanasia services that we offer. This is a service that's $20 for cats, $30 for dogs. For someone who may not be able to afford to put their pet down at a normal vet clinic, we offer that service that is up 75% since 2021. Our adoptions are also down 8%. So with our increase of that 28%, we are frequently at capacity. So we have had to get creative in how we've navigated that. We have removed out-of-county intakes. We only will intake from in-county residents to keep that service for our community open. We also began doing wait lists for owner surrenders, which has been mostly successful. By the time we reach back out for owners to surrender their pet with an intake time, many of them have already found placement, or they've changed their minds and they've decided to keep their pet. And in 2024 and 2025, we are looking to establish more programs for owner retention, and programs that will help owners keep their pets or rehome their pets without them ever having to come to the shelter. Our field services, we had 5,200 calls for service. We issued 573 citations, and we filed 49 criminal cases. Our bite cases involve mostly dog versus people with 251. And then our licensing program, we did see a slight rise in license sales. We tried new initiatives of advertising on social media, which is shown in that ad on the screen. And then trying to just engage the community in more ways through social media. And I believe that's all I have.
Chair Ray.
You gonna beat me to asking if there's questions? Well, there were 3 slides left. I was following along. Commissioner DeLu,
Yes, no, I don't have a question, but Chad, I serve on this board for Chad. I think I may have signed up for it because it was supposed to only meet once a year. It was like, well, that's cool. But Chad has changed that. But now I don't have anything to compare it to because I haven't served on an animal board before, but I can just tell you, I think Kalamazoo is very lucky to have Chad. He does have a background, I believe, from Texas. Every meeting I go to, the people that are involved in this board, I think they're all impressed with his ideas, programs. He still reaches out to the people he used to work with. And it's, I don't know, he's very, very innovative, coming up with some great ideas. And again, I just think we're lucky to have him. So I just wanted to thank you. Okay.
thank you, Commissioner DeLu. You guys just got a new logo too, right?
Hmm?
You got a new logo?
Yes, we are rolling that out kind of slowly as we made changes. So it's on the trucks. I believe our logos in the lobby are getting installed next week, and then you'll start seeing it on more of the documentation that we sent through as well.
Nice. Any other questions from commissioners? Vice Chair Pro Tem?
Thank you, Chair. You indicated you sold more licenses last year than you did the year before, but you said earlier in your presentation, you've had less dogs, or you've had less animals to put out in the community, or did I just misunderstand that?
No, we've actually had more animals coming in.
More animals, okay.
But the licenses is for ones that are owned. These are the ones that are coming are either stray or surrendered.
I appreciate that. It's good to see the upward movement, and folks, hopefully, we work with you to get the animals properly licensed and taken care of so that they live a long and happy life. Thank you.
All right, seeing no other questions, Commissioner Wheeler. Thank you so much for your time.
All right, thank you.
Like you had a question. All right, so next on the agenda, we have a presentation of the RX Kids program by Alyssa Stewart, the Chief Community Impact Officer, and Jamaica Patrick Singleton, the Executive Director of CRADO. Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Jamaica Patrick Singleton, and I am the Executive Director of CRADO Kalamazoo. I come to Kalamazoo by way of Flint, Michigan. Born and raised, and most of my career has been centered around work in Flint. And so I'm excited to talk about RX Kids as it was born out of Flint and out of everything that happened there. I actually worked as the Chief Recovery Officer under Mayor Weaver as a result of the Flint water crisis. And so talking about programs around kids and making sure that kids are safe is really near and dear to my heart.
Thank you, Jamaica. And hi, everyone. Alyssa Stewart with the Kalamazoo Community Foundation. And yeah, we're really excited to talk to you today about a program that is being explored for expansion to come to the city of Kalamazoo specifically, but would really benefit the county as a whole. And so we're excited to bring you all county commissioners up to speed about the conversations we've been having locally and this amazing program. So I'll turn it over to Jamaica for the first couple slides.
At RX Kids is being led by Dr. Mona Hanna Atisha, who helped to kind of identify that lead poisoning was taking place in Flint. So it's really great to be able to work with her about possibly expanding our kids into Kalamazoo.
Next slide, sorry. Thanks, Linda.
Okay. Next slide. That's Dr. Mona Hanna Atisha. You have never met her, but next, I think we're ready for the next slide. One of the things that we know is regardless of income at the starting point, a family income drops significantly near and after the birth of a child for several reasons. Number one, a lot of times you either have to stop working, or at least one person has to stop working or cut back on working, and there are a lot of expenses. And so with RX Kids, it's a prescription program that is not means tested, that will provide a stipend for families. Initially, during pregnancy, the pregnant person would receive $1,500, and then after pregnancy, we're thinking in Flint they're doing $500 per child for the first year of life. And so in the expansion project, that will be possible to do the 1 year, or there may be a possibility of rolling it back a little bit and doing for the first 3 months, the family will receive $500. And again, this isn't income based. This isn't means tested at all. And so for every family in the city of Kalamazoo, if this project were to testing, I think we're all set. So this program, another thing that we know about children experiencing poverty is that the child welfare system has reports indicating children experiencing poverty are more likely to experience abuse and neglect. So in addition to this being a financial support, this is also a social support and a health and safety support for our children.
Next slide.
Next slide. There is global evidence base that identifies the benefits of providing families with an income or with additional funds at the beginning of the child's life. Additionally, right here in the United States, the expanded child tax credit of 2021 showed that families spent money on food, housing, utilities, and child enrichment, and also helped to cut child poverty to an all-time low. It reduced food insecurities, it reduced financial hardship, it improved health for children and parents. There were better school outcomes, and again, it reduced the incidences of child abuse.
Awesome. So we've talked a little bit about what happens in the first year of life, how important it is for the family's economic stability, how their economic state is impacted by childbirth, and also how it's a risky time period, and the well-being of the child is especially important during that time, especially vulnerable. So that speaks to sort of what drove the design of RX Kids. So we've talked about it as a prescription. To be clear, we're using prescription loosely there. It was created by Dr. Mona. She's a pediatrician, so she has a public health mindset. The way this was created was because she thought, I wish I could write a prescription against poverty. And so that became the root idea of this program, that by providing no strings attached, universal cash for all babies born, that we would be able to overcome the challenges of deep poverty during that critical time period of life. And so, because I touched on this a little bit, but essentially what RX Kids is a cash allowance program. And in Flint and possibly in the city of Kalamazoo, what that would mean is that every baby born within the city would receive a $1,500 prenatal allowance and then $500 per month for up to the first year of life. Again, no strings attached, no means testing, which means babies from families of all incomes would qualify for this, because regardless of income, when you are pregnant, it may be impacted. And we know, as Jamika said, there are undeniable costs associated with having a baby. And it benefits us as a community, as a state, as a country to walk alongside families who are doing the important work of bringing children into our community. And so it's a gift, it's not income. This is important because that means that it will not interact with other public benefits or create a benefits cliff for these families. This is a time-limited support reacting to the fact that families often enter financial crisis during this time of childbirth. A really important piece of this program and why we're so excited about this locally is that this program leverages TANF funding, Temporary Assistance for Needy Families. This is a federal block grant that comes to the state of Michigan. This is what funds our cash assistance, which is administered by the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services. You may not know this, but our rates of people here in Kalamazoo County who have been receiving cash assistance is declining. On the surface, you might look at that and say that means people are doing better, but that is not the case. We just know that the policies around this program have made it very difficult for people to get into the program and to stay enrolled in the program. So we currently have over $100 million sitting at the state in unspent TANF funds. And these are dollars that are intended to support the most vulnerable and the most economically challenged families in our community. So there's resources there, and we have an issue where we are having trouble getting those resources to the families that need them most. Our Flint partners and RX Kids were successfully able to petition for some of those resources, and they have gotten approval to be able to leverage those resources on an ongoing basis to fund part of this cash allowance. So for Medicaid births, a portion of these cash payments would be supported through those TANF block grant dollars. What this means is that there's a long-term sustainable opportunity for this program to have braided funding, public-private funding. Now, the philanthropic dollars of it are also very important because those philanthropic dollars are what allow this to be classified as a gift, which will not be taxable income, and again, potentially incurring that benefits cliff issue for households. Next slide, please. So this is really important. What do we think will happen if we do this program? Jamika talked to what we saw with the tax credit. We saw the child tax credit. Anyone with children got that benefit. Of course, it was tiered based on your income, but it was widespread and the benefits were undeniable. We saw child poverty plummet in this country to the level we've never seen in any of our lives. That was successful, but it was not renewed. So we now have gaps created and reemerging, and we know that there are huge disparities in resources. On the screen, you'll see the outcomes that we believe a program like this, based on global evidence and what we saw in the US with the child tax credit, the types of outcomes this program could have. It would help families meet their basic needs. It would improve maternal and infant health outcomes. We believe that women would get into prenatal care earlier because their proof of pregnancy would be how they enroll in the program. We believe they would have more support and ability to go to prenatal appointments, to do their postnatal appointments. We believe it could help reduce stress during pregnancy, which means we might have better birth weight, less prematurity, all those things which really tie to the work of Cradle and reducing our infant mortality rates. We believe early childhood health would be better. People could have the money to put their kids in better childcare, to buy books, to do enrichment activities, and to do those things that could impact the trajectory of the child's life. And it would also improve, again, the stress and well-being of the parents and the adults in that family as well. We also believe it would build our community culture It would show that we love and care about our families as a community. We value these babies and these families, and we want to walk alongside them as they do the important work of parenting. We believe it could rebuild trust in medical systems and in other systems that many people in our community have been disenfranchised by. And overall, we would be infusing millions of dollars into our local economy. The economists who are working on this project at the state level believe that 75% of the cash allowances would be spent locally. So that means more money moving around our local economy. Next slide, please. So they launched this program in Flint in 2024. So all babies born in the city of Flint this calendar year have been able to be enrolled in RX Kids. They have seen over 90% uptake of this program with very minimal marketing because, of course, it's a benefit that people absolutely want. It's non-stigmatized, it's delivered with dignity, and it's easy. It's easy to enroll, it's very low barrier, and so they've seen significant uptake. With that success, they are looking to expand this program. So you can see on the slide the sites that are being considered as expansion cities, and the city of Kalamazoo is one of those. So we are so excited to potentially be part of this historic opportunity. RX Kids, even just in Flint alone, is the largest scale child allowance pilot happening right now. So what we're hoping is to join that as one of the expansion sites and to pilot this program in the city of Kalamazoo. Now, you may ask why the city? The largest reason for that is feasibility. So this is a cash allowance, $7,500 per baby. And so when you do the math, there are about 2,700 births a year in the county. That would be over $20 million a year in cash allowances. So to start with a pilot that large would be really difficult from the fundraising side. And so the city is a much more manageable amount. It's just over 6 million a year. And that is 838 births per year that this benefit could go to if we move forward with this. So next slide, please. You'll see some of those numbers highlighted a bit more on this slide. This just lays out visually how this program works. Kind of the way that in the green, the state TANF funding layers in, and then how the philanthropic dollars wrap around it. I will note that to be able to do this program, we need about $10 million. That's our initial fundraising goal. That would give us just about 2 years of the cash allowances that are not covered by TANF funds, and would allow us to sort of confidently start piloting the program. That would be for the full year-long program. If we are not able to fundraise those dollars in the next 6 months or so, we plan to launch what's called the perinatal program. And that's shown in sort of that light purple, where it would be a shortened version of the program where there would be the prenatal payment for $1,500, and then the 3 months after birth, they would get the $500 payment. So it's just a 4-payment program versus a 13-payment program. The resources needed for that are even lower. It's just about 2.1 million that would be needed in local resources to match those TANF funds. So I think very feasible for our community and the philanthropic resources we have. And so we are feeling optimistic that we will be able to launch this program. Because this program is already built by our partners in Flint and we would be joining into this expansion, the infrastructure is ready to go. We would have local partners like Cradle here to help with local implementation, but it's basically plug and play. We have the ability to enroll people and do all of that very quickly. We could launch this if we're able to secure the funding as early as January 2025. We could start enrolling families within Kalamazoo, which is really exciting. You can see those fundraising goals there. Thank you for advancing the slide. And you can see kind of comparison and just more clearly the other cities that are being considered as potential expansion sites. You can go to the next slide.
So on this slide, we show the partners that are in Flint that we will be working with in Flint, and also the local capacity, because there is a local component to this. Cradle Kalamazoo is positioned to be the local agency that would help, that will work with the community, make sure people have information, make sure people know about the program and where to go, and also hold the steering committee and the parent advisory committee to make sure that what we are doing for this program makes sense, and also to identify what other resources, many of which we already have within Cradle, we can wrap around these families for just long-term sustainability.
So we wanted to bring this to you all, one, just so you're aware, we have been convening a group of stakeholders for several months to talk about this program and really vet it and see if what they're doing in Flint feels like it could be impactful here. The support has been overwhelming. We have had a variety of stakeholders, our hospital systems, and I want to name our community health partners. So we have had our county health officer, our maternal and infant health division folks from the county have been at the table from day one, helping us vet this, helping us understand what this could look like in our local context, and have been great supporters of our work. And if implemented, would be a critical part of the success of this program. But we do want to talk about the money side. We are excited that we've already have $500,000 that the Kalamazoo Community Foundation has committed to the project. We have commitments from United Way of South Central Michigan as well. And we have several asks going out in community to try to get us towards that fundraising goal. We wanted to make sure that you all, as our government partners, are aware of this opportunity and feel invited to consider thinking about different ways you could support this effort, including a monetary contribution to sort of this pilot fund to get this program launched. The 838 births make up on an average year around 1/3 of the births in the county. So this would serve a good portion of folks within the county. And our hope is that this could be expanded. This would be a pilot phase. Our hope is if this is successful, if we can continue to find sustainable government funding, that we could scale this to the county, and this might even be scaled statewide based on the efforts of this pilot group and of this expansion effort. So we wanted to plant that seed with you all. The city is considering support and has ranked this, the city commission has ranked this as a high priority for them. But again, these are dollars that would come into our county as a whole and that would impact the health and vitality of our county as a whole. So we wanted to make sure we talked to you all as well and invited your support in whatever way that could look like in the coming months and years.
Thank you so much, Jamika and Melissa. Are there any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Morales?
Thank you, Chair. Welcome and thank you for that update. That is exciting news. I wish it was around when I was single momming it. I do have a question about when you said it wouldn't affect like government assistance and things like that per the state of Michigan. If it's over $300, they have to report it. And I'm just thinking about folks on Section 8 or when they go see their caseworker, and if they say, well, hey, I got this from, this entity, I don't want them to be pinched. So could you elaborate on how this is set up that it won't affect their income or future benefits that they may receive if they're on the state?
Absolutely, yep. So it has been sort of negotiated at the state level by our partners in Flint. They've gotten waivers where needed from MDHHS, from MISHDA and other partners so that to ensure that this is not counted. Because again, this is sort of a one-time specific gift. It is not a sustainable income of any kind, so it is not counted against folks. It is a non-taxable gift. Just like if a family member wrote a check, right, and it's under the IRS taxable limit, it would not incur any of that. One great part is that part of the infrastructure and the partners, Give Directly was on that slide of all the partners. They are the leading world expert in cash transfers. They are the administrator of this. And part of what they bring to this is they would have folks on the ground in Kalamazoo working with the recipients of this programming and actually providing benefits counseling. So they would be able to talk to folks about how to navigate any of these systems, other benefits they're having, and where this needs to be reported, and how, just to ensure that we aren't creating unintended consequences to those. I will say the one government entity that has not been able to find a way to waive this yet is the Social Security Administration. So right now, this benefit could impact a family's SSI, which is unfortunate because we know individuals with disabilities are vulnerable, and especially during this time of childbirth, have a lot of complexities to manage. And so for some families, they've been able to talk with them, and getting this assistance is worth it to them based on their SSI benefit. And in some cases, folks have opted out of taking RX Kids because it would impact their SSI. So they're still advocating at the federal level to get a waiver or to clarify that this should not be counted, but that hasn't happened yet. So.
Any other questions? Commissioner Gisler?
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. This is something I was completely uninformed about. So not that I'm knowing everything about it, but it's helped. One of the questions that has always come up whenever we're talking in Kalamazoo County about infants and trying to get them through the first months, year, or whatever, is the difference that we have in black versus white infant mortality. We're one of the worst in the state. And I just don't understand that, because we seem to have what I consider a fairly, this is not like downtown Detroit necessarily, and I don't know enough about downtown Detroit to make that statement with a real authority. But I guess I was listening to hear if you were going to do anything with this program that was going to address infant mortality and the racial difference that we see.
So absolutely, yes. Cradle Kalamazoo, which I talked about before, that would serve as the local lead, is focused on Black infant mortality. So we already have systems in place and partners in place, and we're focusing on that. And what RX Kids will do is it'll give us another tool that we have in our toolbox to really be able to address Black infant mortality. So you're absolutely correct. The numbers are a little bit staggering, but that is why Cradle Kalamazoo was born and was created. And so this will help us to be able to help Black families in Kalamazoo, in the city of Kalamazoo.
Can I ask another question? Yeah, I think Cradle Kalamazoo has been around for a while anyway. And I'm sure that one of the things you're addressing right from the get-go has been this racial difference in infant mortality. Are we making any headway?
We have a long way to go, but we are seeing the needle move. This isn't like an overnight process. It's about changing systems, changing people's hearts and minds, really and truly. And so with this type of program, RX Kids, alongside our many home visiting programs, all of our community projects, it will help us continue to move the needle, or hopefully move it faster.
Thank you.
Commissioner Strauss?
Thank you, Chair Ray. Thank you both for your presentation. It's an exciting opportunity to support mothers and their growing infants. So far, the targeted communities have all been urban core communities, and stress in, childbirth and child rearing is also a problem in rural communities as well. So if we're able to target about a third of our births, what would the fundraising need look like, long-term or midterm, hopefully more, to expand a program countywide? Or are there other opportunities to target some of our other municipal units, like Galesburg, for example, has some concentrated poverty as well, often not addressed because it's not sort of an urban core.
Yeah. So the difference between, again, city and county is pretty significant. To go from city to county-wide would be, again, a difference. The fundraising needed for city is about 6 million a year. And again, county is over 20 million. So it's just a scale that does make something like you offered maybe more feasible, that we could start city if we see success, that we could maybe pick another, some additional municipal areas to target based on the rates of infant mortality we see in those pockets of community, poverty rates of Alice households in those communities. Those are things we could look at. So yeah, I think the wild card will be the government funding side. Our partners in Flint are very savvy. They have policy. They were involved in the child tax credit, some of our partners there. They're really trying to think about how could this be scaled? And that will be the wild card. If we can find other streams of government funding that could make this more sustainable, that would make that lift to scale to a county, or even, again, statewide, possible. If it's just philanthropy making up that difference between 6 million to 20 million each year, that will be, I think, a really heavy lift. So I think a more micro pilots, like you mentioned, might be feasible. But the goal, absolutely, we know, especially through Cradle, that, for example, Mr. Gissner, Black mothers, regardless of being in the city, being in outer county, and regardless of income, we have upper income Black moms who are seeing poorer birth outcomes than their white counterparts who are living below the poverty line. So it's not just about where you are, but we know we have to start somewhere as far as piloting this. So yes, the goal would always be expansion in whatever way is feasible based on the resources available.
I had a follow-up that escaped me, so I probably lost it. But protection of Social Security benefits for people with disabilities, just to float the term out there as you guys are having discussions, I don't know if they've helped explore utilization of the special needs trust
Mm.
that's available to people. There's no income or no asset cap on that, cannot affect benefits. Maybe there's a way within the programming of our ex-kids to utilize that tool to protect benefits for people
Thank
with
you. We'll take note of
disabilities.
that. Mhm. Thank you.
Commissioner,
Um,
Vice Chair, sorry.
Yes, just a quick question. Has there been any thought to means testing this so that it could be in a larger geographical district area?
There has been absolutely discussion of that as this was created in Flint. The benefit of not doing means testing, I would say there are many. One is the administration it takes to do means testing would essentially mean recreating the welfare system on a slightly different basis. If we think about what cash assistance was designed to do, it was designed to be for families with parents. We would essentially be sort of creating the same infrastructure that has not served some of these families well. And it would further feed into sort of the stigma that we see around our welfare system. The goal is to sort of take this above, ideally like above that discourse, that it is about the simple fact that having a baby is expensive, and that everyone could use support in that time of life. And so it's about sort of dignity, universality. It's very much a targeted universalism approach, where we know everyone will benefit from this in different ways, and we're putting trust in families that they will utilize these resources in the best ways possible for their family for this very limited amount of time where they are most vulnerable to child welfare outcomes and to poverty overall. So that was a decision that was intentionally made based on those values of dignity, trust, empowerment, and also the simple fact that the administration of this program is under 10%. So the administrative costs are under 10%, where the welfare system is closer to 30%.
I guess when I'm trying to contemplate as a county government, as a county entity, and I know the idea is to expand it into a countywide system. But it's kind of like it's telling, as far as the empowerment piece and the trust piece, it's telling a poor African-American woman from Kalamazoo Township that we're going to wait and see until we get to $20 million after 10, 20 years, or you can move to Kalamazoo type situation. I just think the geographical boundaries, I think this is a great program. Well, thank you very much for the presentation. I'm not a no by any stretch of the imagination, but I just kind of
I would love to have the $20 million, especially where my community foundation hat. I would love to have those resources. And yeah, it's definitely our hope to get there, but heard for sure. Yeah. If anyone has $20 million, we will absolutely take that. Yes.
John has it. Okay, quick question, and then we'll go to Commissioner Straps. Are there any expectations for the families in order to receive the funding?
Nope. So they just need to apply again through a very streamlined process. They can do it on their smartphone. They prove their, they verify their pregnancy. It is their identity is verified, who they are who they say they are. They live and reside within the city in this case. And then they are enrolled and can begin receiving the assistance. It comes in monthly payments. They can do it through their bank, through ACH, or they can get a prepaid debit card. So it's very, again, low barrier in every sense of the word. No, there are no requirements. It is, again, based on that idea that they know what they need. They'll take care of those expenses that are piling up on them as they are in that state of pregnancy and having that baby. There are optional surveys they can complete, and they are getting information. So they are provided with information on home visitation. They are provided with information on WIC if they need assistance. They're provided with information about child play groups and enrichment activities they can do and all these other things. So they are provided with information, and they will become a group of people that we can communicate with very clearly because we have their information, but they will not be required to do anything to receive the funds.
And if I could add, just kind of reports from the ground in Flint is that it's a very easy program to enroll in.
And they have a really great team at Give Directly, again, making sure that there's not fraud and also that there's not people taking advantage of the people receiving the cash, that their money is getting to them securely and that money is not being diverted in any way. So really great security systems in place from the administrative team as well.
I remembered my question, and as we're talking, so about residency and identity credentialing. So what's the low barrier for that? What about people who are housing insecure, homeless, underdocumented? What is the opportunity for those populations to participate?
Yep, so they've been able to create pathways for folks who are underdocumented by using alternate forms, things like a county ID or other forms could serve as identification for folks. They've figured out ways to serve minors. So if there's a minor parent, someone who's 17 at the time of pregnancy, they found ways to have them enroll with parental consent and to have them receive the program. Language barriers have been addressed. That everything is in multiple languages and translation is available.
HMIS.
Yep, and on the housing insecure folks, if folks are residing at the Gospel Mission, for example, they would use the Gospel Mission address, and that would be their address at the time of registration. So many of our shelters are inside city limits, and so they would be able to use those addresses to potentially qualify for that. So they're trying to be, nimble and accessible for folks who might be in that housing insecurity. They just have to prove that they are at that address. They could be staying with a friend. They just need mail that's showing that they are residing at that address. They're using different forms. So it could be ID, but it could also be non-traditional things like mail. And they're also working with social service partners to verify where needed. Awesome.
All right, seeing no additional questions. Thank you, Jamaica and Alyssa.
Yeah, thank you all so much. Appreciate it.
All right, next item on the agenda is review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements from the finance director post.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. We have an accounts payable claims list totaling $4,030,617.28 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $3,631,682.70. Payroll disbursements totaling $3,849,635.68 are presented for the May 17th general, May 24th special, May 30th special, and May 31st elected payrolls. We do have one conflict of interest with this batch of claims. That would be for Vice Chair John Taylor, an amount of $104.72 for mileage reimbursement for the MAC conference held in Lansing on page 1. Are there any questions with?
Quick question. I don't know why I would do a conflict of interest. I've already received the check in the mail.
So Vice Chair, it was brought to my attention that the practices in finance, when we see any form of reimbursement for any Board of Commissioner, we just do our diligence and we identify that and we disclose that. So that's the purpose for that.
So I guess the question then would be, what is the purpose of us doing this claims list if the checks have already been written?
So the difference with irregular claims that the Board of Commissioners approves, there's a disbursement policy. It's a financial policy that's included in the budget book. And mileage reimbursement or travel is one of those forms of payment that are able to be released prior to Board of Commissioners approval. I believe the deadline is about the 15th of every month. Those checks are released outside of the traditional batch of claims.
Okay, I waited to cash it until this went through because I didn't want to get in any trouble of cashing a check that hadn't been approved by the board yet. But I do have a question it's actually the couple questions. The very first page, 101-12301 account. The investment consulting, it's $28,831.10. Is that come from the 101 account traditionally?
So this was a prior question from a set of claims, and what happens with that. This really pertains to the RIC Investment Committee. There is a portion that we put, that's a prepaid account on the balance sheet. So what we essentially do is we expense it from that, and then in turn, we shore that up and make ourselves whole and transfer that expense from the retirement fund 731 to this to make that a wash. So we're just basically putting it here until we do the mechanics behind the scenes.
Maybe this is a financial answer, but why don't we just take it from Fund 731 instead of just drawing it through 101?
There's all the expenditure, majority of it is housed in and expensed in that fund. However, there's a portion that we're able to not charge that fund that we basically are recovering in the general fund from that. So it's purely an accounting mechanism, one that I've not been able to dive into yet.
Gotcha.
This is
So
just a past
eventually,
practice of how the accounting for paying these invoices has occurred in Kalamazoo County.
gotcha. It just would seem like if it came out of 731, it would save you in your office maybe a few minutes every single month or quarter, and you're doing it because it'd be easier to track it, maybe. I don't know. Am I right in that?
That I'm not able to factually comment on, so I would like to look into that further if I may, please.
Fair enough. And then the last one is the pooled cash purchasing card account, the 145, 169. It's on the very end. Is that every department's P card?
Great question. So yeah, that is the account that we use when we use the credit card. All the expenses kind of hang out there as the holding tank until we're able to capture the departmental budgets that those expenses should be applied towards. Eventually, it does shore itself up and have a zero balance because those expenses have been allocated to the benefiting departmental budgets.
Okay, so the purchasing card account numbers, that 145, 169 would also show up either eventually or previously in the department line items on the claims list?
So they'll either do one of two things. They'll show up either in the departmental budget or they'll hang out here. And probably from the time that this report was produced, there's been activity since then where essentially that $145,000 amount may be less today because we've been expensing those to the departmental budgets. It's just a
Okay.
timing.
I guess the question is, of that 145, 169, do we get lists? Is that itemized in lists that I previously looked through claims list or lists that I'll look through in future claims lists? Or is that 145 just kind of a number that's accounted for in a lot of things that we don't necessarily see individual?
So that is presented on this report. Again, it's not been allocated yet. That will be. What I can do is look and see how that shakes itself out. And in terms of the past practice, how that's been presented to the board, just to ensure that that's.
And don't do
that's-
too much where I'm just looking for like 100,000-foot level, like a
Yep.
departmental type thing of that 145. It don't have to get down to like this person bought a hot dog or something like that. But just if just like a departmental pooled cash on the P card level, just so I get an idea.
Yep, will do, sir.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Chair. I mentioned it to Kevin, I was concerned about the foster care checks that were dated for last year. Quite a few years back, our foster care thing kind of really got way out of hand. We don't want to see that happen, obviously, again, but looked like they had some checks on page 27 of your report here, page 60 of the other, October, December, January, October, December of last year, this year, kind of concerned about those being, in another fiscal year, actually.
If I may comment on that, so I noticed what Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler is questioning is specifically for the Child Care Fund. So that is a state of Michigan grant that reimburses the county 50%. So as the funding source, they'll approve those expenditures and we'll receive the reimbursement for that. Another comment that I want to make is there's been transition with the circuit court and their financial leadership. So that's something I would look into with them to just understand their processes with the change and how they're incorporating these invoices. But what that tells me is the state of Michigan will approve those and we will receive the 50% reimbursement. But I will look into that as well with the circuit court.
Thank you. We're obviously concerned about the, making sure we take care of these things, but I'm concerned that it shows up, 8 months later, and it's in another budget year. And I know our auditors seem to usually not like to see that kind of thing. They kind of like when you end your year, you start over with the next year, and being 2 and 23 and just throwing that out there as a concern.
And if I may clarify on that, this fiscal year is October of 2023 through September 30th of 2024. So those expenditures are still within that state grants fiscal year. But I will definitely confirm with the circuit court why there's a delay and lag with invoices and processing of those as payables.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you so much, Director Post. Okay, moving to any other items, we have disaster recovery fund discussion, Office of the Drain Commissioner. Administrator Catlin has passed out some information and he will kick off the discussion.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem Commissioners. So this evening, we are, or you all have before you some information that the Drain Commissioner's Office provided to me regarding some damage that has been sustained at various county drains around the county. They've already have been out in the field reviewing some drains, and those are on page 2 of the packet that I sent out, or that I just distributed. So they have some damage that was, or some cleanup of debris, which are mainly trees essentially that have to be cleaned up as a result of that tornado on May 7th. The big marsh drained. They had a contractor come out and perform some service for them for $3,850. And then as you see, there's about 5 other drains and/or properties in question here that they are still working to either receive bids from. So they have some bids pending for projects that they, or for properties that they need to have cleaned up, debris cleaned up, trees, and then they have some other ones that have sustained pretty significant damage, mainly the Colony Woods properties in Texas Township that need some remediation as well. And so the Drain Commissioner's Office, upon learning of the disaster relief funding awarded to the other municipalities, City of Portage, Pavilion, Texas Townships, and then also the individual assistance that will be administered by United Way, learned that since that funding was available, that any additional funding be considered to be directed towards the Drain Commissioner's Office to remediate these county drains. If these county drains are not subsidized by ARPA, what happens is that those drainage districts actually pick up the tab. So the Drain Commissioner's Office will then pass on the remediation to the residents of those properties essentially. So it does get paid for one way or another. In this respect, it would be paid for by then the individuals that had already sustained damage on their properties, and then now they're picking up the tab on their taxes so that's kind of how that would all play out. So he's asking, the Drain Commissioner's Office is asking for for no less than $125,000, but as you know, we have about $134,000 that's left over from the forfeited ARPA funds, and happy to answer any questions pertaining to this topic. And I know the Drain Commissioner is in the audience too, if there's anything more specific, if it comes to that.
Thank you, Administrator Catlin. Any questions? Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. Did we get this reported to the emergency management folks? I noticed I sent you, I think, an email that I think it was important that they be contacted too and advised of this as part of the damage. I think we need to know.
Yes, so we have just received this information. So the only information that they would have to date is that we have incurred $3,850 worth of damage. The Drain Commissioner is still waiting on bids to come back for the other properties in question here. So, $4,000 isn't really going to tip the scales in terms of the emergency management and the FEMA threshold that we have to hit of the 18 million. However, once we get more concrete information on the other drains, we'll forward that to emergency management. I will, say that they've already sent in all of their information to the state. I am under the impression that the governor's office is sending disaster declaration and request to the White House by the end of this week. So I just got that call today. So any information that's being sent to emergency management at this point will not likely make it to the governor's office and subsequently the White House. I think they have about all the information that they need at this point. However, we'll still work with emergency management to get them the information when the drain commissioner receives those bids back.
Commissioner Dulu?
I don't know if you know the answer to this, but showing that the drains that are damaged and the very first one is at 3850, where's all the expense coming from? Because even if the others are 5,000, it doesn't come anywhere near 125,000.
That's a great question, Commissioner DeLu. So my understanding is that the big marsh drain did not have as significant of damage as these other properties do. So I can have the drain commissioner probably shed some more light on that.
Yeah, the big marsh, we spent 2 weeks out on that. We spent off and on about 4 employees out there removing that. And we only left the big logs for another company to remove. The unknown, well, I have a pretty good guesstimate on the 3 open ditch drains, that the other ones that we're looking at on your list. Probably $20,000 to $40,000 of tree removal there. Colony Woods is the unknown. There's actual landowners doing a bunch of restoration out there on their own right now. They're actually clearing vast swaths of our drain easement on their own dime. But if we can go out there and assist them, that would be a great asset. And that's unknown because we can't get back into that location. We've been out there for 3 days trying to get back to it. There's just so many trees down in that area. We'll just have to work our way back with machinery.
Any other questions?
And just really quick, we'll know what the total cost of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all 6 of them are in about a month after bids come back, correct?
Yeah. We already got 1 bid on the other 3 drains. We took the other 2 contractors out there today. We should get those back. Colony Woods, we're leaving for last because that's going to be a bigger project. And I'm trying to work with the landowners and see how well we can work together to keep the cost down so we don't have to spend as much ARPA money on that.
Any other discussion? Question for corporate counsel, if we want to move on this tonight, do we just add it to the non-consent at 7:05?
Yeah, we'll add it to the non-consent at the end of the agenda.
Thank you, Gordon. All right, that was quick discussion. Moving right along, no?
Is this apparently something that can't wait until we see these other bids? Is that?
Drain commissioner, is this something that can wait?
Which locations? Because the open ditch are flowing drains. Those have to be removed immediately.
So once you
The
get
Colony Woods can wait. These are huge retention areas for water. 2 pipes are clear. We couldn't find the other 2, the outlets from the road to the basin or low-lying retention area. So we have to clear that. We're not having any flooding out there right now, even during the last rain. So we haven't any complaints, but we do have to act.
So time is of the essence as far as this money.
On the few drains, yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, on the open ditch ones.
thank you.
All right, so next on the agenda, we have a proclamation recognizing June 2024 as Pride Month in Kalamazoo County. I don't think we need to read it. And then we also have a proclamation for annual World Elder Abuse Awareness Day. And we don't need to read that one either. All right, so next up we have, yes.
Who submitted these two? I didn't see it in the board packet till I got here tonight.
They're
Today.
annual proclamations.
Pardon?
They're annual proclamations, which means we approve them every year. Mhm. Any other questions? No? Okay, anybody want to read the motion for closed session? All right, don't fight now, just read it. Right.
I move to go into closed session to consult with our attorney regarding trial or settlement strategy in connection with a specific pending litigation, as an open meeting would have a detrimental financial effect on the litigating or settlement position of the public body.
All right, it's been properly moved and supported. Do we need a roll call? All right, roll call vote, please.
Chair Ray? Commissioner Straps?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu?
Yes.
Commissioner Gissler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer?
Yes.
Commissioner Morales?
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you, clerk. And we will go to the back.
Chair, I make a motion to come out of closed session.
Support.
All in favor, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Are we out of closed session?
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to to approve closed session minutes.
Moved by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any discussion? No. Can we do a voice vote on this too? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the motion carries.
Motion to adjourn.
Do we do that at 7? We're doing that at 7.
Yeah, you can do it either way. We've done it both in the past, so at 7 on non-consent is fine.
We can do it now.
Okay, either way.
Thank you, Chair. So I have a motion to approve redemption of all workers' compensation liability as recommended by the county's attorney. Point of order, people. I just hear. Sorry. Where was I? Motion to approve redemption of all workers' compensation liability as recommended by the county attorneys in the matter of David Rowe versus Kalamazoo County in the amount of $85,000.
All right, moved by Commissioner Morales, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any discussion? Seeing none. Roll call vote or voice vote? All right, all those in favor? Any opposed? All right, the motion carries. Thank you. Now,
Motion to adjourn.
all right, yeah, no vote.
Real musicians, you probably can't stand it. Oh, is that it? Okay. Well, I'll spare you the rest of it. I can shut it down. If I knew more about the sound system in here, I've got one I've had tucked away. And I threatened to play it, but I'd like to have it.
All right, we're gonna call to order the regular Board of Commissioners meeting for June 4th, 2024. Commissioner, or no, Vice Chair Taylor is going to do the invocation.
It's the remembering the car type thing.
You're fine.
Well, I'm giving a prayer tonight. Some would call this the book of Genesis. I refer to it as the start, before the Big Bang. There was no up, there was no down, there was no left or right. There was no dark, there was no light, nor shape of any kind. There were no stars or planet Mars or protons to collide. There were no up, there was no down, there was no left or right. And furthermore, to underscore this total lacking state, there was no here, there was no there, because there was no space. And in this endless void, which can't be thought of as a place, there was no time, so no passing minutes, hours, days. Of all the paradoxes that belabor common sense, I think this one's the greatest, the time before events. Because how did we get from nothing to infinitely dense, to immeasurably small, to inconceivably immense? But before we get unmoored from the question at the start, let's take a breath and marvel at when math becomes an art. Because we don't have to understand it to know there was a time when there was no up, there was no down, there was no left or right. We all get caught up in the subtle differences of our face, but I think it's important to look at the commonalities. We use our different faiths to better ourselves, better our family, and better our community. And tonight, as we deliberate and work for the benefit of all of Kalamazoo County, I ask that we not only rely on our individual faiths, but we show faith in each other. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Vice Chair Taylor. All right, item number 3, roll call.
Commissioner Morales? Chair Ray? Commissioner Strauss?
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Here.
Commissioner DeLu?
Here.
Commissioner Gisler?
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Here.
Commissioner Mazer?
Here.
9 present.
Thank you, clerk. Moving right along, item 4 is proclamation. We don't have anyone attending. All right, so is there a motion to approve? You gotta make the motion. Oh, you made the motion? All right, moved by Commissioner Morales, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Anyone opposed? All right, the request to approve proclamations honoring Matthias Florian, Elijah Stocker, Aiden Olson, Cody Henderson, Russell Sullins as an Eagle Scout recipient are approved. All right. And we have another proclamation. Is there a motion?
So moved. Proclamation recognizing June 2024 as Pride Month in Kalamazoo County.
All right, moved by Commissioner Strap, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? All right. Any abstentions? The motion carries. All right, I will entertain a motion for the next proclamation.
I move for a proclamation dedicating annual World Elder Abuse Awareness Day.
Moved by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? Motion carries. Item number 5 are communications. There are no communications. Are there any communications that commissioners would like to read or put into the record? Vice Chair Pro Tem?
Thank you, Chair. I received several complaints and concerns about parking down here for the courthouse. I know we're working on it, but I felt they should at least bring it forward that we've had a number of complaints. I heard from the courthouse yesterday that about 2/3 of the people walking in there are complaining about the parking. So just want to put it on the table. I know we're working on it, and our administration is working on it, and we're going to continue to get it done, but thought I better bring it forward. Thank you.
Thank you for lifting those up. I got a couple of complaints too about the same thing. Commissioner Morales?
Thank you, Chair. Same for me, but in respect to not having enough handicap spaces, so even though that's full, even when they're trying to, if they park around the corner, there's no, it's not a lot of handicap accessibility spaces for people to park just in downtown, period. So, yes.
Any other communications? All right, seeing none, moving along to item number 6, approval of minutes. I will entertain a motion to approve the April 22nd strategic planning special meeting minutes.
So moved.
Support. All right, moved by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any discussion? We need a roll call vote. It says it in the notes. No? Okay. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. And then next we have item 2024-665, a request to approve the May 21st, 2024 Committee of the Whole and regular draft meeting minutes. Is there a motion?
So moved.
All right, moved by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. All those in, any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? The motion carries. Next up, we have item number 7, approval of the agenda.
I move that we approve the agenda as written with the amendment of 2024-623, request for approval of financial policy to be placed on the non-consent agenda.
Commissioner Shrubs? I'm sorry, wait, I'm sorry.
My
So sorry.
apologies.
Corporate counsel.
You also had the ARPA from the Committee of the Whole that's going on non-consent, so you want to add that as well.
Okay, I think Commissioner Shrubs gonna get us right together.
Nope, I had totally forgot that one. But I will move the addition of our ARPA consideration to non-consent. I'd also like to request that under housing, item for the loan agreement with River Caddis be removed from consent agenda to the non-consent.
You said dash 481?
Yeah, 2024-481.
And then we're also adding the drain commissioner discussion. Any other changes, deletions, additions? You got some for us?
We're good.
Okay. All right. I'm sorry.
They did that already.
Thank you. Thank you. Madam Chair, I believe that Commissioner Streb's motion is actually an amendment to Commissioner Vice Chairman Taylor's motion. So all of these will be amendments to that motion.
And I accept the amendment.
Thank you, sir.
Just take it away. Go ahead.
Did we get the name change that you had referenced earlier on the appointment? Vice Chair Taylor?
Yeah, I'm not sure how pertinent this is, under, the, appointments, under Board of Commissioners, Solid Waste, Management Planning Committee. Commissioner Hepler serves on that. He's been serving on that for a number of years, but we have Commissioner Wendy Mazer getting reappointed to that, and she hasn't served on it. So I think there was just a typo error, and it should be Commissioner Hepler, not Commissioner Mazer on the, appointments.
So where's that at on the agenda?
Letter J on that one, I think it is under Board of Commissioners. It would be 2024-649.
Do we need to move that to non-consent? Gordon? Oh, no, okay.
No, I would just note the mic's on. I would just note the change prior to approval of the agenda. I don't think anybody would have an objection to that. Yeah, I don't.
Alright. So we have a motion by Vice Chair Taylor to approve the agenda with the stated amendments. It was supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any other discussion? Yes.
Thank you. So this is item 649, correct? And we're switching Mazer to Hepler? But we have Teresa Mazer, and I think that should be Teresa Hill. And then we have Wendy Hill. And I'm not sure whose other name may be not in the right spot. I know Phillips is Chandler Phillips. It looks like Phillips is on the top and Chandler's on the bottom. I don't know how much this makes.
I think it's correct in the actual package.
Okay, I'm looking at.
Is it right in the package?
In our civic clerk, it says Mazer, Wendy, but it's listed in our civic clerk a lot different than it's listed in our.
Well,
packet
these
here.
are just notes that Dina types up. What's in civic clerk is what we.
Civic clerk has Wendy Mazer as the appointee when it should be Commissioner Hepler.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the agenda is approved. All right, the next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is a time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak is finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional, respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public comment at this time? Please come up.
Good evening. My name is Jerry Walensky. I live in Kalamazoo, 2122 East Cork Street. I'm here to, so I sent out these invitations. They were passed out. I apologize. I'm a member of Kalamazoo Together Volunteers for the On House. We are pleased to invite you to a significant and heartfelt community event hosted by Kalamazoo Together Volunteers for the Unhoused, KTV. Our forum, Cultivating Humanity, Voices of the Unhoused, is dedicated to amplify the voices of those with current, or past lived experiences of being unhoused. So it's going to happen on Tuesday, June 25th, this year, time 7 p.m. And the location is going to be at the First Congregational Church, 345 West Michigan. This forum offers a unique opportunity for our community, including leaders and politicians, service providers, volunteers, and residents, to listen and learn firsthand experiences of the unhoused. By hearing their stories, we aim to foster understanding, compassion, and actionable insights that can drive meaningful change in our community. Your presence and participation would be greatly valued. as we work together to address the challenges faced by the unhoused and explore solutions to create a more inclusive and supportive community for everyone. By attending, you will be contributing to a vital dialogue that has the potential to transform lives and our community. Together, we can cultivate humanity and build a stronger, more compassionate Kalamazoo. We look forward to your support and engagement in this important conversation. Thank you for your commitment to this cause. Warm regards. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. Good evening, Chair Ray, Vice Chair Taylor, Commissioners, and Administrator. My name is Gwendolyn Hooker. I am a resident of Kalamazoo Northside, District 1, and I am here for a couple of reasons. I was debating in my head which one to start out with first. So I'm gonna first thank you all for proclaiming again Justice Against Bullying at School Awareness Month in the county of Kalamazoo for, I want to say, the 8th year in a row. I appreciate, I unfortunately wasn't here, but I know that we were very well represented and really, really appreciate your attention to that matter. I would like to extend an invitation for you all to come out and support any of the many events that we have for the month of June designed to raise awareness about bullying and to reach out to those impacted. So I will give those to this guy. I lost your name, I'm sorry. And on a more serious note, I think many folks know the importance and my personal concern surrounding the opioid crisis that we have experienced all across the country, but specifically in the county of Kalamazoo. And as it relates to the task force that was implemented, I think many of you folks know that myself and Commissioner Strebs and Chair Ray drafted the resolution. And I have some concerns, and my concern most notably is that I'm not seeing the sense of urgency that this situation requires. In the meantime, while folks are meeting and the task force is a good thing. And under different circumstances, we could take as much time as we wanted. In these circumstances, within the last 8 days, we've had 3 people overdose at KPEP. We've had another person overdose, unfortunately, on the north side. And people are continuing overdosing and dying. These are not just like overdoses and people, they get Narcan and they come back. Like this is people that have died. It's not gonna make the news because, it doesn't rise to the occasion to where it's so important for people to know about it. But I think that we are sitting on millions and millions of dollars that are specifically related to the opioid crisis. And I think I think it's irresponsible to not do something when you have the money that you could actually be doing to actually raise awareness about the opioids, to put more vending machines on the streets, to make sure that there's Narcan readily available, to create an alert system. Like all of these are things that were recommended. Is that my time? Thank you so much, Gwendolyn. Thank you.
Good evening, Jeff Messer, City of Kalamazoo resident and Rank My Vote volunteer. We would like to again thank the voters of the City of Kalamazoo for approving our ranked choice voting charter amendment in November with overwhelming 71% support. Kalamazoo joins the chorus of cities and states across the nation that seek the benefits of ranked choice voting. This November, adoption of statewide ranked choice voting will be on the ballot in Oregon and Nevada. Statewide ranked choice voting initiatives for this November's ballot are also being pursued in Idaho, Colorado, and Washington, D.C. Rank My Vote hopes to join them in November 2026. We are beginning preparation for a statewide ranked choice voting petition drive and ballot campaign. We are presently seeking volunteers from across the state to help in the following areas: regional leaders and volunteer coordinators, public speakers who give presentations about RCV to civic, political, and other groups, coalition building with other organizations, outreach to disenfranchised groups, communications, including newsletter writing, social media, responding to website and email inquiries, and press releases, writers and graphic designers to develop instructional materials for new volunteers, fundraising, technical team and data entry, treasurer, accounting, finance, and legal policy and research. Interested volunteers can sign up at rankmyvote.org/volunteer. Rank My Vote, rank MI for Michigan, postal abbreviation vote, rankmyvote.org/volunteer. If you are unable to give your time, you can help monetarily by donating at rankmyvote.org/donate. Among other needs, we are seeking enough funding to hire a full-time paid staff person for 1 year. We anticipate beginning statewide petition signature collection around mid to late April 2025 and continuing for 6 months until we reach our goal of at least 600,000 signatures. That will give us all of 2026 to campaign for the yes vote. Thank you for your time and consideration. Please follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/rankmyvote. I have a copy of my remarks. I will pass this way. And anyone who wants a copy of them can ask the clerk place for a copy. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Jeff. Are there any others who wish to make public comment?
Good evening, Commissioners. Thank you for your service to the county, everything you do. My name is Troy Thrash. I am the board chair of Discover Kalamazoo and also the president and CEO of the Air Zoo. And I've been in the Air Zoo capacity for 11 years. In those 11 years, we have grown in overall revenue from 3.7 million to a record 7.3 million last year. Our earned revenue, primarily admissions and membership and store sales, events and education, has grown from 1.8 million to a record 3.1 million last year. That is a 72% increase. And our participation in those 11 years has grown from 119,000 people to a record 215,000 people last year. As I look back and see where the largest segments of growth are, particularly in admissions, and that's both revenue and participation, we see that the largest area of growth is outside of a 50-mile radius of Portage, Michigan. And that is a growth area that we could not have achieved alone. It is because of the work that Discover Kalamazoo does as they seek to bring people into Kalamazoo County from counties and states far and wide that have really allowed the Air Zoo to grow our educational and inspirational impact. And so we don't have the resources to be able to put a billboard on a bus in Chicago, say, come to Kalamazoo and ultimately come to the Air Zoo. We don't have the resources to be advertising in Detroit. We don't have the resources to be saying in Saugatuck on a rainy day, come off the beach and come visit the Air Zoo. But it is the work that Discover Kalamazoo does that allows more people to come to the county, to come to the Air Zoo, which ultimately results then in more people going out to our restaurants, going to our hotels, shopping at our shops. So there is a multiplier effect that I want to make sure will continue. Discover Kalamazoo needs to ensure they get the revenue, the accommodations tax they need on a timely basis to make that work happen. And this is not just the Air Zoo. It is our partners like the Kalamazoo Institute of Arts, the Kalamazoo Nature Center, the Mill in Vicksburg, the Gilmore Car Museum, who all have a significant economic impact that relies on Discover Kalamazoo's work, that relies on our hotels paying their accommodations tax to make sure that they have the resources to make that happen. So I implore you to find that way to make sure Discover Kalamazoo has the resources it needs to allow the Air Zoo to do our important educational work that ultimately will continue to build a technical workforce in this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jane Ghosh, President and CEO of Discover Kalamazoo. I'm very grateful for Troy's words there. Discover Kalamazoo, the work that he described is done because we benefit from the Kalamazoo County Accommodations Tax, which is on today's, and an amendment to the Accommodations Tax Ordinance is on your consent agenda today. And we are strongly in favor of that amendment. In a normal year, 98% of Discover Kalamazoo's revenue that enables us to operate comes from the Accommodations Tax Ordinance. And we have a problem, an increasing problem of properties not remitting that tax in a timely manner. It is not a tax that the hotels and motels pay. It's a tax that the visitors pay. So the hotels, all the hotels in the county on stays fewer than 30 nights are collecting this tax. Some hotels are holding on to that rather than in a timely manner on a monthly basis, passing it through to the Kalamazoo County Treasurer's Office. The Kalamazoo County Accommodations Tax Ordinance describes the penalties for that. They are capped, the penalties are capped at 25% of the amount owed, the delinquent amount owed, the fines and interest. And what we are seeing is once the fines and interest and the back taxes accumulate to that 25% cap, there's no incentive for the properties to remit the taxes. And so they continue to hold on, and we continue to accrue basically accounts receivable, which makes it very challenging for us to operate. And in some months, because we did not forecast this level of hotels to be in arrears, that we need to call upon a line of credit, which means that we are incurring interest expense. That is money that we could not also be putting to programming to support things like the Air Zoo and all the wonderful events happening here in Kalamazoo County. So it's not fair. If hotels are not passing through the taxes, most hotels do, some don't. And it's against the law and they need to. And the change in the amendment, the Accommodations Tax Ordinance, we are strongly in favor of. It will give the treasurer more teeth to enforce that through the opportunity to put it on the property tax bills and have the opportunity to foreclose on those properties. I think it's a significant improvement to the ordinance, which will significantly improve compliance. Thank you very much for your support.
Thank you, Jen.
Good evening, Commissioners. I'm Dave Rackwitz. I'm the Director of Kalamazoo County Parks and Expo Center. I'm here also just to briefly offer my support for the amendment to the accommodation tax ordinance. Also would like to thank the Treasurer's Office for addressing really, to me, what is an equity issue. We have a lot of properties in Kalamazoo, hotels and motels that pay the tax. And all of these hotels benefit from the county spending the revenue that comes through that tax, whether it's Discover Kalamazoo or a portion of the Expo Center operating expenses. Events that are hosted at the Expo Center, thousands of guests stay in these hotels. They pay the accommodation tax. Those events are supported by the revenue that comes in, but some of the hotels aren't paying their share. So I appreciate the County Board of Commissioners administration and particularly the Treasurer's Office really addressing something that I think is about equity for all the properties in Kalamazoo County and making it a level, fair playing field. My second topic I just wanted to mention tonight, Juneteenth is coming up, and that is going to be free day at the county parks. And also share with you that we've once again partnered with the City of Kalamazoo, Comstock Township, and the City of Portage to do a collaborative something free at all those park systems. So I'll make sure you all get the press release here probably next week, and you can share that with people in your district or just to make you aware of it. But we're excited once again to host that. So it's a county holiday, but unfortunately all the county park employees have to work that day. So have a good night, Commissioners.
Sorry to hear that, Dave. Thank you.
Well, at the risk of beating a dead horse, I'm here to support the Kalamazoo County Accommodation Tax Ordinance Amendment as well. My name is Thomas Whitener. I'm your county treasurer. So the Kalamazoo County Accommodations Tax Ordinance is collected by the Treasurer's Office. I want to give a little bit of background on why we're having trouble enforcing compliance. While the cap on the fines and fees is one issue, the other issue is that the only enforcement mechanism that is offered is a $500 fine to the owner of the said hotel or a 90-day period in jail, which seems like it would be pretty effective at forcing compliance if the owners of these hotels lived in the state. And so we see a pattern here of hoteliers who are out of state, who are out of jurisdiction, and therefore at no risk of the consequences of their actions. Allowing the treasurer to place these accommodation taxes onto the delinquent tax roll allows me to do two things. First, it forces compliance because without payment, then these taxes will foreclose as properties do. And then through the tax auction, we would be able to recoup those fees. The second thing that it allows me to do is to pay Discover Kalamazoo the necessary funds to operate through the DTRF, funds that I will recoup when those taxes are eventually paid or foreclosure and sale at auction happens. So essentially, this is a mechanism to make sure that at least every 6 months, Discover Kalamazoo is made whole, just like all of our local units of government are made whole for all of the important work that they do. It was asked of me whether we have a list of hotels that are not in compliance by a commissioner. I do have that list. It'll take we'll need to compile it, and then I will happily send it to Administrator Catlin tomorrow to distribute to the board so that you kind of understand sort of the scope of the problem that we're dealing with in a more specific way. So I just want to say thank you very much, and I hope you have a good night.
Thank you, Treasurer Whitener. Are there any other members of the public who wish to make public comment? All right, seeing none, do we have any hands raised online?
Chair, there are no hands raised.
Take that as a no. Commissioner Willard, you want to lead us through consent agenda? Thank you.
Underneath administration, 2024-632, request to authorize the county administrator controller to execute a contract amendment number 9 with CSM Group necessary to proceed with the Judge Charles A. Pratt Justice Center building project. Underneath the Board of Commissioners, 2024-630, request for approval of an ARPA advance payment request from Playground L3C in the amount of $48,728.50 for engineering, environmental insurance, and salary expenses. 647, request for approval to appoint Chantel Aiken to the Fair Council. 648, request for approval to appoint Pat McGinnis to the Environmental Health Advisory Council. 649, request for approval of reappointments to the Solid Waste Management Planning Committee. Under the Circuit Court, 551, request to renew the contractual agreement between the 9th Circuit Court Problem-Solving Courts and the Brain Body Therapy Group. Under Equalization, 549, request for approval of resolution to levy operating tax. Under Finance, 483, recommendation for approval of accounts payable and payroll disbursements. 617, request for approval of various budget adjustments and transfers, which is housekeeping. 623, request for approval. Is this the one we pulled? Okay, we pulled that one. 661, request for approval of financial policy amendment, indirect costs and rent. Under Health and Community Services, 541, request for acceptance of statement of grant award number 2024-9 to the Area Agency on Aging Region 3A. Under Housing, 540, request for approval and signature of a grant agreement with Comstock Charter Township for $368,000. 516, request for approval and signature of a grant agreement with V&B Kalamazoo LLC for up to $50,000. 533, request for one approval and signature of a loan agreement with Sugarloaf MHP LLC for $321,500. And 2, authorize the board chair to sign the loan agreement and the corresponding mortgage against the property. Under Human Resources, 542, request for approval of contract and amendment number 2 with Electronic Technologies for timekeeping. 620, request for approval and signature of agreement with Amy Cell LLC for recruitment services. 642, request for approval of a personnel policy amendment to include emergency paid leave. Under planning, 509, request for approval and signature of a contract with Crane Land Surveying PC. Under the Sheriff's Office, request for 564, request for approval of position changes. 566, request for approval of and signature on performance resolution for municipalities with MDOT. 637, request to accept supplemental MDOC funding for fiscal year 24 grant. And underneath the treasurer, item 999, request for approval. One, notice of adoption amending the Kalamazoo County accommodation ordinance, and two, resolution amending the Kalamazoo County accommodation ordinance. I move that all these items be voted on at one time.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. Moved by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. All those, do we need a roll call vote, please? Thank you, clerk.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gissler.
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you, clerk. Excuse me. Item number 10, unfinished business and general orders. We have nothing. Item number 11, is there a motion to approve, item number 2024-623?
So moved.
All right, any discussion, Vice Chair?
I can let the corporate counsel elaborate on this, but I think we're gonna need 2 more weeks on this before anything's ready, correct? Well,
Yeah, that's correct. Our office is reviewing it, just checking, doing some research and such, and have requested a 2-week extension to the next meeting to get more certain language for you guys. So we would just request a postponement to the next meeting.
So can I amend my motion to instead of, I amend that we vote on this and, or we discuss and bring this up in 2 weeks? How about I make a motion that we postpone this to date of certain to the second meeting in June?
All right, moved
That'll
by
work.
Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Morales. Any discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. Next agenda item is 2024-481. Is there a motion to approve?
I will move for the request and approval of signature of the $1 million loan agreement with Standard Caddis for Limited Dividend Housing Association, and 2, approval of the subordinated note and loan purchase option.
All right, moved by Commissioner Strebs, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any discussion, Commissioner Strebs?
Thank you, Chair. I asked for this item to be pulled. I just wanted to provide a little additional transparency to the community. So thank you both to Administrator and Director Balkema for answering my questions around this today. It's identified within our packet as a loan agreement. It is structured as a loan agreement, but when our board initially approved the allocation for this River Caddis development, which is a great development that I am in support of, we identified this as a grant. River Caddis is a for-profit venture, and so we're structuring a forgivable, no-interest loan here. So this really, in essence, is a mechanism to grant the funds. There is a contingency period where they're receiving some additional funding from MISTA, which is a 15-year timeframe, after which they will have the option to purchase this loan and then be released from it. So at that time, they would be claimed as income and they'll pay taxes on it after the property has developed and has the revenue to pay tax. So I just want to clarify to the community, this is not a loan, which the county is receiving resources back. And we approved it that way as a grant initially.
Vice Chair.
Okay, maybe a question for Jen. What happens if the housing 15 years from now, there's a new authority or a new group? Who do they pay back? Is it just the county?
So the structure of the loan itself has a 42-year term at 0 interest. So they have up to 42 years to pay the loan back, or they can purchase the loan and excuse it. It's a dollar cost for them to purchase the loan, so they would do that. They have any time between that 15-year contingency and the 42-year end of the loan term in order to make that claim and then pay taxes on the resources or pay it back, which they would do.
So I guess to answer my question, it's a pretty irrelevant question because it's only $1.
Any other discussion? All right, seeing none, all those in favor, say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. All right, do we have a motion for the Drain Commission discussion? Oh, Commissioner Gessler.
Thank you, Chair. I move to allocate $134,468.22 of the county's remaining ARPA funds to assist with the cleanup of county drains from the recent tornado affecting our community.
Moved by Commissioner Gessler, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any discussion? All right, seeing, was that a hand? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Any abstentions? All right, the motion carries. Sorry. All right, item number 12. The next item on the agenda is public comment time. This is a time when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you would like to address the board, please come to the podium. Please state your name and tell us where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, Deputy Administrator Cole, for those who don't know his name, will let you know that your time is finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional, respectful manner. Are there any members of the public who wish to make public comment? Welcome, Ms. Hooker.
Hello, my name is Gwendolyn Hooker, and I am a resident of Northside District 1. And I am resuming my conversation that I was speaking on regarding the opioid settlement task force as it relates to many of the things that are outlined in the resolution that spoke to specifically a emergency alert system, which I think is really an emergent situation that I feel we could work toward doing that without having a recommendation coming out of the task force. I think that it's something that in the meantime, I think we should be doing something besides having meetings. Because as we're having meetings and waiting for the recommendations to come back from the task force, people are still dying. And the way that we can start mitigating that is by educating people, making sure that there's an abundance of Narcan in every possible place where people use drugs, as well as making sure that when there's bad pockets of opioids, there would be an alert system kind of set up that could go out with the emergency alert system that's already kind of in place. It would have to obviously be tweaked some, but something that could go out on people's cell phones, something that could go out on the television, however the framework is created, but something to let folks know that there is drugs that are killing people in a very, targeted area. And that would be something that would be sent out very, very quickly that would probably mitigate some of the loss of life that we are continuing to experience in the county. And so I am imploring, begging, and really, really trying to set the stage for the fact that a lot of the things that happen in my neighborhood and other neighborhoods where, where drug use is happening is not going to make the news, and so the ways that people know about this is because, it's somebody's relative or it's somebody that's at KPEP that, was there when the ambulances were called or whatever the case may be, but it's not something that's high profile that commissioners and people in governmental positions are gonna know about, which is why, fortunately for y'all, you have people like me that are coming and letting you know that there's still a problem that's happening in your county. And we should be doing something besides continuing to meet and waiting for recommendations back from a task force that y'all actually created. So you could actually figure out a way to, distribute money toward specific things that are outlined in that framework of the resolution to actually do some of those things now, kind of like how you allocated money to the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Department. Much like that, except that these are real-time people that are actually needing some type of services and supports in real time. I think that it's important to have a task force, but I also think that it's important to be doing both of those things at the same time, simultaneously. So thank you very much. Thank you so much, Deputy Administrator Cole.
Thank you, Gwendolyn. Are there any others who wish to make public comments? All right, I don't see any hand raised on Zoom.
Chair, there are no
Last
hands raised.
phone I can see. Wait. All right. All right, seeing nothing, we're moving on. Item number 13, reports of officers, bodies, administrator, controller. I don't have a report. Question?
I'll be really quick. Couple of different things. I want to speak on the accommodation tax revisions that we did. This is a long time coming, but I think it's going to make it a much more equitable system. Most 95, 98% of the people were playing by the rules and were playing fair, but there were a couple groups that were not. We've put systems in place and barriers in place that now everybody's going to have to pay the bill. And I don't foresee any $1 million houses or $1 million hotels going through the tax foreclosure list, but it's certainly going to motivate them knowing that that could happen if they don't pay their taxes or their fees that they've been charging other people and holding other people's money that's due to the government. Secondly, I wanted to talk a little bit about equalization report that we got. We did our assessment today. I was trying to get the exact wordage of it, but it's based on our equalization report. And the growth that we're experiencing in Kalamazoo County is real. And it's a great thing that we have to be able to provide these services and provide these dollars. And we've got a growing tax base. That's a good sign to me. We just did our assessment on our equalization. Actually, it was, let me get it right. Yeah, it's the levy of our operating tax. I'm going to challenge each and every single one of us commissioners to really do our hardest to realize true revenue and expend these dollars. If we have multiple years of huge carryover, I don't know if next year I can vote for a resolution to operate the full legal operating tax. I just putting that out there. I think we need to find services and we need to find ways that we can spend this money and get these dollars back into the community, because I've got faith in Kevin. I've got faith in the team. But I'm just saying next year when we have a resolution to levy our operating tax, we better have a good job and a good plan moving forward and how we spend our 2025 year fiscal budget. With that, I'm done.
All right, is it too early to say good night to Bo?
What's that?
Is it too early to say good night to Bo?
Bo, it's time for bed.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Butler.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for all that you all do. Our administrative team does a great job. I think we're doing a good job of keeping the community informed. I want to reach out tonight, as I usually do. We're 2 days away from the biggest military thing that happened in World War II. That was the D-Day invasion. This will be the 80th anniversary of that. A lot of men, women died in helping to secure our freedoms, and we want to keep them in mind. We just had Memorial Day. We got 4th of July coming up, but keep those folks in your prayers, keep them in, when you see them, thank them for their service that they're currently serving. We also keep in mind all those law enforcement, firefighters, emergency people that work daily to keep us safe here at home in our community. It's a daunting task. We faced a tornado 4 weeks ago and we came out, we got a lot of work to do. There's a lot of rebuilding. There's no question about it. It's not a short-term thing. I've been through them a couple times and it's a lot of work and there's a lot ahead. And we need to try to support our community and all those folks that have had losses. And we've got to keep them in our prayers and do what we can to try to help them. We have a long road to hoe for this, so, but I want to thank everybody that works for the Kalamazoo County, for the various cities, villages, and townships throughout this county as we move ahead in making this county a great place to live, work, and play. As Vice Chair Taylor just pointed out, we're on the grow. We're one of the few counties that's actually making headway in the right direction, and people are coming here because we're doing good works to make this place a great place to live, work, and play. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Administrator Cutler.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience. I have several updates to share tonight. First of all, thank you for hard work you did tonight. It's always a good meeting. We appreciate all the staff time that went into this as well. I wanted to start off by informing you all that Coastal Grotowski submitted their a final draft of the disaster relief ARPA agreement for the municipalities, so Portage, Pavilion, and Texas. From my review last night, we actually got that approved today, and I already have those shipped off to the municipalities. Pavilion already returned theirs to me, so that's on the June 18th board agenda for approval to authorize board chair to sign those, and that money can be dispersed out accordingly. Also, some exciting news: the $270,000 grant that is going to be distributed to the United Way. We were able to negotiate that rate down because I took your direction as you as you told me to. We're able to negotiate that down to 5%, so that saves $13,500 instead of expending $27,000 on that for administrative fees with United Way. We also have updates on two leadership positions within the county. So the DEI director position was posted last night. As you know, Director Gray resigned the position on May 17th. And so we posted that position and already have 5 applications in hand, even though it just got posted last night. So we're excited about that. Potential timeline or tentative timeline for that interview and recruitment process is have that position posted open through the end of this month. We'll likely have interviews scheduled sometime in July, and then hopefully have the individual selected successful candidate start sometime late August, early September. Just folks have to give notice to employers and things like that. So hopefully have someone on board. The interview team is quite expansive for that. So we have 2 countywide elected officials. We have some county employees, so line staff, supervisors, and then we also have some court staff on there as well. We may, and I need to have further discussions with legal counsel and HR, but we may have a member or 2 from the DEI Community Advisory Committee on the panel as well, just to have that community input, but I still need to run that by Labor Council and HR. So that's kind of the team there that we'll be utilizing to make sure we get the best candidate that we can for that position. Our corporation council interviews are being scheduled the week of June 24th. And so we already have 6 out of the 7 interviews scheduled. So we have 7 qualified candidates for that position with the assistance of our recruiter, Amy Sell Talent. And so that interview panel is also quite expansive.
And that includes 3 department heads, 2 countywide elected officials. We have 2 of the court administrators, and then the administration team will be on those as well. Sort of emulating what the public interview process will be like for them, because obviously they'll be interviewing with the Board of Commissioners. And so we hope to have those interviews scheduled. If we meet the week of the 24th, we should be able to place some interviews on the board's agenda for July, for both July meetings, and then kind of continue on through that process. So 7 candidates total currently, but we'll whittle that down to 3 to 4 candidates to present to the board for interview. So we're excited about that. We have another update to share from Michigan Association of Counties. So they're backing an amendment to expand House Bill 5203, which allows the county to rehire retirees without jeopardizing their retirement benefits. So currently, the sheriff, so sheriff's units out around the state can do that without jeopardizing, without compromising that, right? So, but other departments, as you know, we have various other departments in the county, and we're not able to take advantage of that. So there's some legislators that are pushing that because nowadays it's very difficult to recruit and retain, and hopefully you're able to hire back retirees to teach the newer generation of employees and so on and so forth. So just we'll be keeping our eye out on that. And then just two more updates. The first one being that I know Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler kind of discussed the weather disaster that we experienced here. As you know, if you didn't hear, please just stay informed of all the National Weather Service announcements. There is potential severe weather coming tomorrow. And so that runs from about 11 a.m. to 8 p.m. So beware of that. There's some heavy rain expected, strong winds, damaging winds, and at least the National Weather Service right now is saying possible tornadoes, although we're not really within the severe track there, but that's what's in their announcement from the Grand Rapids office. And then lastly, regarding, because it's on the same topic with regard to the tornado that we experienced here, the governor's office is preparing to submit the disaster documentation to the White House by the end of this week. And Congressman Huizenga is writing a letter of support for that disaster declaration. So hopefully that carries some weight. So, and then also our U.S. Senator Gary Peters serves as the chair of the Homeland Security Committee, which is the oversight department of FEMA. And so we have a lot of support for this disaster and for the state of Michigan. So we'll keep you informed if anything changes on that front. Happy to answer any questions about these topics or any other topics you'd like.
Thank you, Administrator. Commissioner Stripes.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Administrator, for the updates. A question with the disaster relief ARPA contract approved to form by council, already signed and backed by Pavilion, though given to them just today. They need their resources. Since we have a signed contract in hand, can we expedite that and move to allow county chair to sign that contract and release those funds now rather than in 2 weeks?
I guess the question, has it already been approved? It's already been through the board. So you're just looking to add, it wasn't approved with the board chair's signature prior?
No,
Just
so
curious.
I believe the motion that was made, one moment, yeah, let me look up that motion. One moment, let me clarify.
Because it may already be addressed in that motion, just.
All right, while we wait, are there any other questions for the Administrator? Just
Really quick, good work. The MAC sponsorship of that bill, I think it's going to be a real help for a lot of different departments to try to get some expertise, especially short term when they need to hire somebody. One of the questions I had was, is it a state policy or is that an internal county policy that if somebody leaves their defined benefit plan and they leave and they come back, they have to start back from zero? Is that a county policy or is that a state rule?
I would need some time to research that. I believe that's per our retirement documents, the actual, the guiding policy of the retirement plan, but we can get back to you on that for
Yeah,
sure.
no rush. I was just a little curious. Thanks.
And then to answer your question, Commissioner Strebs, I'm glad that you said that, because yes, the board chair is already authorized per the resolution passed at the last meeting. So yeah, we will just get that. We'll have the chair sign it. Absolutely.
Excellent. Let's get that money to them. They need it. Thank you so much.
Any other questions for our administrator? All right, seeing none, Commissioner Jalou?
Yeah, I actually had three things, but Commissioner Hepler's touched on D-Day coming up on June 6th, and I'm afraid every year there's less and less older people that think it's pretty significant, but it is a pretty significant day. Secondly, I just want to, again, just remind the public that these ARPA dollars we allocated for the Drain Commission, I really truly supported it, because after learning that, I mean, the work has to be done. And if we weren't paying for it, it would fall on the backs of our citizens. And especially in their time of need, they don't need extra burden of financial hardship. And lastly, I've been a union member for 40 years, and there was something in the consent agenda tonight that I think we should thank administration, that we changed the emergency leave policy for our employees. And anytime labor and administration can work together and come up with something, I really appreciate it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Jalou. Commissioner Gessler?
Thank you, Chair. I have just one query that I will throw out, and follows along what John started off with. I'd like to know, and we were going to find out through our administrator who the hotel owners are that are not passing on the occupancy tax properly. I'd like to know who those hotels are. And I don't know if writing a nasty note would have any effect, but it might. Thank you.
The treasurer is gonna send us something. Although, Administrator Catlin already knows, he can probably tell you after the meeting. I don't know if it's a secret why we haven't said it, but it's not a long list. And Vice Chair has a joke.
I just wanted to say, based on our conversations tonight, I'm sure there's 3 or 4 people watching right now that are probably going to FOIA that immediately.
Yeah, that's why I'm like, just say it. Commissioner Mazer?
Yeah, so I just would like to thank Joanna O'Rourke for attending our committee of the whole today and giving us an update on the conditions in Colony Woods and the progress that they're making. And also, again, I want to thank Kevin for all your follow-up. You answer all the questions and so quickly. I tell everyone, you're a wealth of information. So thank you very much for your help.
Commissioner Morales?
Thank you, Chair. So to Ms. Hooker, we have a meeting tomorrow with this on our agenda. If you so like to join us for public comment to reiterate, excuse me, your concern, thank you for bringing that up. I think we do get lost in the sauce with what's important and what's not, and when specific communities aren't as affected as what we see on a daily basis as, I'll say, people of color and Black and Indigenous folks when it comes to opioid crisis, not taken away from any other culture, but we don't get those highlights as often as we should. As far as those hotels not paying their taxes, count your days, because I am getting a list. I think it's disrespectful. And I have some hotels in mind that I feel that are circumventing the system that don't do a good job anyway. I hope I don't get slapped for that. But on top of that, with our disaster efforts, I would like the constituents to really nudge hard on, I mean, we can do so much from state dollars that are circling down to us, but I think these insurance companies, like we're trying to monitor and make changes with everything else. I mean, how often do we use our insurance policies, especially for homeowners that are paying $400 or $500 a month or so, however much it is with your mortgage, or if it's renter's insurance, that you come and you got 50 trees in your yard and they're only covering 3,000. Like, yes, we should help, but there should be some changes. So I push for you all to reach out to Rep. Rogers, McCann, while he's in play, and our governor, because I will say I was not happy on that FEMA call. I felt smacked in the face with the message of, and I quote, you know, it's not our job to help you fully repair. And in so many words. And when people are distressed like that, especially from what I've seen in Portage, I just feel like the government can be doing more, especially when we're sending billions of dollars overseas for what I feel is nonsense, but that's me. So I encourage folks out there to vote. It really is, this is dependent upon who you put in those seats to make these changes. So outside of that, I did get a complaint, not really for us. I don't know how much influence we could have in the drone ordinance concerns. I think that's more of a city issue, but there were some concerns on, you know, the outreach of those drones. And if I'm just having a good time in my backyard, does that mean a drone is coming because my music is too loud? And, you know, is that violating, you know, my privacy rights and different things? You know, I want District 1 to have some peace, and I don't want people's yards being towed up like they have been. The drones for the X-line. 3. Thank you. I don't really have a problem in Millwood, but if I go down to the Edison neighborhood, you know, a couple blocks over, Reed Street, Hayes Park, they do have those issues. So, and I think it won't really stop, or when we start talking about drones, until they go to Vice Chair's neighborhood and bump their music at 3 in the morning and go across your lawn. I think we'll see some real change. Have a good night, folks.
That's funny. I got Kalamazoo in my district, and Jen's my friend. Commissioner Morales, I mean, Straps.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, thank you to my board colleagues. We're having a good time getting our work together, and I think we continue to gel well as a body. So I continue to enjoy our work together. Thank you. To Miss Gwendolyn, as Commissioner Morales lifted up already, so it's tomorrow at 11:30 is the next convening of the opioid task force. The agenda tomorrow specifically will be talking about the emergency response system. So we're going to hear some perspective from Dr. Nettleton about the systems that are already in place. And as you know, we've had dialogue previously with him around community concerns and how we approach communication. So I really, you know, as always, welcome you or anyone else that would like to contribute some input to that dialogue tomorrow. Next month as well, I think the agenda will focus on culturally competent advertisement campaign, stigma reduction campaign, and really how we're doing that outreach to the community. And, you know, I don't want to see we have finite resources. It sounds like a lot of money, but roughly $14 million over 18 years is not very much. And we want to be strategic and responsive at the same time with those resources, and hopefully not make additional allocations like we did for the police scanner, which I think could have been utilized in a more effective way. And so taking a beat, but being mindful. And I want to lift up my condolences to those who passed recently, to their families and their communities. You know, people have to be alive to recover. And that's the first priority that I will continue to advocate for and address. But thank you for lifting it up. I also had the opportunity to talk earlier today with Dr. Mills with the playground. We approved another advance for them and had a good dialogue with her about how that project is moving forward. They expanded initially from 10 homes, it's up to 16, and they're really getting close to hitting the fundraising benchmark they need to move into construction phase. So they are still short, some hundreds, thousands of dollars, but over the body of what they've had to raise, they're getting close. So that's exciting. It's another one of the aspirational projects that I think we'll be really proud of once it gets over the finish line. So I appreciate her time today, and Director Balkema and Administrator Catlin for always answering all the questions I have, coming in hot sometimes at the last second. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Commissioner Strauss. Commissioner Wheeler?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have much tonight. I just want to say thank you to everybody for all their hard work lately, this board, administration, and all of our employees. It's takes a lot of hard work to make this place run, especially with recent events and the disaster we've experienced. So thanks, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. John, you want to say, John, you want to say goodnight to the girls? Oh,
Go to
no.
bed.
All right. If all hearts and minds are satisfied, we're adjourned.